welcome. Thank you for joining us today for the first of 3 live streams with our 3 finalists for the KCTCS President position. I am joined here by Dr. Quarles, and I am Hannah Rivera, Chief of Staff, Board and Government Liaison. We're going to kick it off today by saying first, thank you for joining us, and I'm going to turn it over to you to give a brief introduction to our faculty and staff about who you are and why you're here.
Thank you, Hannah, and greetings, KCTCS community. My name is Ryan Quarles. I'm from Kentucky. I grew up in Georgetown, and I'm a lifelong student and value of education professionals across Kentucky. First, I just want to say I have great respect for the faculty and staff of all of our education institutions across Kentucky, including KCTCS. I was really blessed as a young man to have a mother who was part of faculty at Kentucky State University. She spent 30 years in the classroom, and so my childhood was spent watching my mom come home at night, grading papers, and being part of Kentucky's higher education community. I was also there where I watched my mom earn her PhD at night, 6 hours at a time as an adult learner. And so when I was a young kid growing up on our family tobacco farm in Scott County, I was instilled with a great value of education. And I'm very appreciative of that. I graduated Scott County High School, went to the University of Kentucky, but I also took classes at Lexington Community College, the predecessor of BCTC. And so I can actually say I took classes through the system. And as a young man, I was appointed to the Council on Post-Secondary Education, where I spent 3 years representing students on CPE, where we talked about tuition, diversity plans, etc., and learned a lot about Frankfurt as well. While at UK, I picked up 5 degrees there. I earned a full ride to Harvard University to study higher education. That really opened my eyes up to a passion that I have, is to improving educational outcomes for all Kentuckians. I later did my doctoral work at Vanderbilt, where my capstone project focused on community colleges and adult learner outcomes as well. I've spent the past 13 years of my life in elected office. I've really enjoyed that experience, but I also believe that public service comes in many different ways, and I'm excited about this opportunity to perhaps serve you as the KCTCS president. And I believe that my background as well as connections across Kentucky could help benefit the system. But since we're talking with our faculty and staff, I want to make it very clear. There's 3 quick points. Number 1, I don't come from academia, and I'll be the first one to tell you that. But what I do have is a background in administration. That at Department of Agriculture the past 8 years, I've helped lead a team that we've restructured the KDA. We've dealt with issues that I think that would need to be addressed in this system as well, including space utilization, the budgeting process, which will begin here just in a few months in Frankfurt, as well as led a charge for pay increases as well at the Kentucky Department of Agriculture. Secondly, I'm not a current or former college president as well. And so I kind of have this outsider approach to KCTCS, but I think that what we need is strong campuses, and that leads to a system office that's there to support our campuses, our faculty and staff in 2 different ways. Number 1, I hope to have the vision to share that helps have a system office that supports our faculty and staff, and secondly, would be an advocate for you, not just in Frankfurt, but also in Washington, D.C. And I also think it's important that we have a leader of the system that can help communicate a vision. I think that KCTCS should be the most impactful higher education apparatus we have in our state, because I think it affects most Kentuckians. I believe that our community and technical colleges should basically have open access to anybody and everyone who wants to improve themselves. They don't have to drive very far to either be in person or have online classes to improve themselves. I'm also a big believer in affordability and accessibility as well. That's something that I learned while serving on CPE. That's something that Kentucky needs, and deserves. And I'm also a big believer in making sure that KCTCS is an entry point for those, whether they want apprenticeships, technical skills, but also that important component of transfer education as well. So I'm a supporter of keeping the gen eds at our campuses. I think it's so important to realize that there are Kentuckians who I've met who chose to go through the KCTCS system knowing they want to transfer later on. And so that's a big component. And finally, I'm a believer in hiring professionals, that when it comes to our faculty and staff, I want to be a president that believes in you and helps give you the resources that you need to do the very best job that you can. And I would like to be a president that's here to support you and advocate for you as well. So thank you very much for having me today.
Wonderful, thank you. Let's get started then. That was a wonderful introduction. Before we begin, I do want our viewers to know that these questions that we are going to ask today were compiled from across the system. We worked with faculty and staff at all the 16 colleges and here at the system office. So although they are not here in person, know that they are very much here through the questions that will be posed to you. And we really appreciate that they participate in that way. And I've also mentioned previously to you that after this interview, a link will be sent to all faculty and staff across the system. So please watch your inbox for that so that you can complete it, provide feedback. That feedback will go directly to our Board of Regents. Our Board of Regents will be meeting with the finalists tomorrow for the final interview, and they will use that feedback in their determination for the next president. Okay, ready to get down to business?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. What motivates you to lead in higher education, and what personal philosophy guides your leadership style?
Well, I believe that education is a great equalizer in life, that if you work hard enough, if you study and apply yourself, that you can become just about anybody and anything that you want to in life. That was instilled in me at a young age because I had a mother who was a teacher. Both my parents are first-generation college goers, and so I have a very personal connection with the value of education. And so what motivates me is that this is about Kentucky, that we need to help improve our Commonwealth. And I'm tired of our state ranking low in rankings that we should be ranking high in, and vice versa. And I believe that KCTCS plays a critical and vital role for every Kentuckian who wants to help improve themselves, whether it's with an associate's degree, a technical degree, a certificate as well, that these are what employers need. And I think that KCTCS plays a very big role, and should be, with workforce development in our state. That about 40% of all of our jobs are within agriculture and manufacturing, and so of course we should have emphasis on preparing Kentuckians for careers in those areas. But there's also a lot of opportunity out there, that if we want to help bump Kentucky up in our rankings and where we are as a state, we need to make sure that our programs align with what employers are looking for. There's a lot of opportunity out there with AI, there's a lot of opportunity out there with local governments, as well as making sure that our programs align with what Kentucky wants. So what motivates me is that I want to help Kentucky be the best version of itself. And as a lifelong learner, I know with my personal story, with a mom as a faculty member, and as me as a lifelong learner as well, that our Kentucky can help punch above its weight class if we have an education system that, again, after House Bill 1 reforms, make sure that our community and technical college is a foundational piece of our higher education apparatus.
Great, thank you. Now I'm going to mention a study that our viewers are probably very familiar with. We've lived and breathed it here across the system for many months. The Huron study has identified multiple major areas for potential change across the system. A relatively short timeline has been set to begin several of the initiatives identified. As system president, how would you approach these change initiatives while you are still getting to know the system and the colleges?
Thank you. And I have read the Huron report twice. I'm still getting my head around the 47 recommendations that are there, but I know there's 12 buckets that the Board of Regents has voted on to take action on. I think it's important to look at the Huron study and other studies that we predict coming out later this fall with Senate Joint Resolution 98, as well as the auditor's report, as somewhat of a compass to tell us where to go. And as I shared with the presidential leadership team last night, that there's many different ways to get to where we want to go. It's like going hiking. There's different trails that you can take to take you to the same spot. For me, I think it's very important that we have a system head that can communicate clearly with the legislature, as well as the executive branch, as well as our PLT and our faculty and staff about where we're going to go as an institution. I think that there's a lot of good in the Huron study. There's other aspects that I'm still trying to learn about, and I'll be the first to tell you that if selected, not coming from academia, I'm going to have a steep learning curve, which I'm not afraid of the challenge, but I'm going to lean upon our PLT, our faculty and staff, and our system office to help best prepare us for changes that we know the system probably needs to embrace. And so I would like to build consensus over the top 3 to 5 issues within the immediate 30 to 60 day on the job timeline so that we can approach the legislature and let them know where we're going to go. And we know that some of these issues are already being dealt with. In fact, some of our campuses are already leading the charge on some of the recommendations from Huron. But I also believe that we need to make sure that we have a Kentucky approach, one that helps bolster our support for faculty and staff, as well as making sure that we are being effective. There are a few things I think we can improve upon. I know that we have a lot of space out there, a lot of physical locations. There's been talk about space utilization. That's something we did at the Department of Agriculture. For the first time since World War II, Department of Ag is in one location. We've been all over, scattered across Frankfurt. That was a small example. The Huron study also addresses compensation and compression issues among the system, and that's something that I think we should take a very serious approach upon, especially with inflation right now, competing salaries. The Great Resignation has occurred across the United States. People are looking elsewhere. That if we want to help retain and recruit our talent, we need to make sure that they have compensation that reflects the modern economy as well. And finally, I think to go back to one of my earlier points about workforce development, the Huron study also talks about just taking a fresh look at the programming that we offer across the system. And so we want to make sure that we align with our business community. But to answer your question, I want to make sure that I'm a leader that builds consensus, one that is clearly communicates and has transparency about where we're going to go as a system with Huron, Senate Joint Resolution 98, and other recommendations come down the pipeline. I like to help move the ball together instead of on an individual approach.
Thank you. Please speak to how your work experience has prepared you to take on the presidency of KCTCS.
Well, the past 8 years, I've been Kentucky's Commissioner of Agriculture, which I've loved every day of as a farm kid growing up in 4-H and FFA and knowing rural Kentucky pretty well. There, surprisingly, the Department of Agriculture is about the same size as the system office. It's about 200 plus employees. And over the past 8 years, we have developed a leadership style that empowers our professionals. And that's one thing that the KCTCS office, there's a lot of vacancies right now with our communications department, HR, as well as the chancellor's position as well. And I think that it's important that we build a team. And that's something I did at the Department of Agriculture, is that I found people that were a lot smarter than I was to be part of our senior staff, or the equivalent here would be the cabinet as well. That I believe in hiring people that are professionals. I don't micromanage. I like to see us build upon a consensus moving forward. Some things that we've done at the Department of Agriculture that I think would reflect my leadership style if selected would be focusing on the budget. We had to implement 5 budget cuts over the past 8 years, but we also were able to advocate for 3 pay increases as well through the General Assembly for our employers. We also, pre-COVID, before the disruption of COVID, were able to implement a stair-stepped salary increase for our career employees that didn't exist before. That was based on years of service towards the system as well. And we've also have helped make the Department of Agriculture a better place to work, which is something that I would really like to dive deep in at KCTCS, is that what are the things that we can do and provide that make employment the best place that you can possibly work. And so at Department of Agriculture, we have an $86 million budget right now. I know the KCTCS is a $1 billion budget. But fortunately, I think my relationships in Frankfurt have helped elevate the Department of Agriculture. And one last point here is that I want to make sure that we tell the story of KCTCS. There's a lot of good going on across our campuses. I see it every day. I had dinner a few weeks ago, and my waitress was a BCTC student who decided that as an adult learner wanted to become a nurse, and she's enjoying the program, and it's going to change her life. And so we got to remember that we tell all the good that's happening across our campuses and remind folks in Frankfurt that we have the largest student body in Kentucky, and I think is the most impactful as well. And that's something we did at the Department of Agriculture, is that we helped elevate our stature so that when we go to the legislature, need to get bills passed, I look for consensus. And that's the same approach I want to bring, hopefully, as the next KCTCS president.
Thank you. Yes, there's certainly a lot of good being done by our system, in large part to our faculty and staff. Can you provide an example of a challenging legislative or regulatory issue you've encountered in your career and how you approached it to achieve a favorable outcome?
Yes. I served 5 years in the General Assembly as a legislator, and I enjoyed that time. And so, number one, we need to make sure that we have a president that has good relationships with the legislature. During my 5 years, I didn't serve a single day in the majority party, but I still got bills passed. If you ask people who know me, they know that I'm a person that wants to get things done and just find ways to create solutions. As Agriculture Commissioner, we've helped shepherd about 50 pieces of legislation to the governor's desk over the past 8 years, some of which have taken years to develop. And I'll just give you one quick example. It has to do with insurance for farmers across our state that grow grain. We found an omission in the law years ago that needed to be fixed. And long story short is that we had to build consensus among 80 different agricultural groups 2 years in advance before we advanced a piece of legislation that passed unanimously and was sent to the governor's desk. And so I think that we bring a tried and true approach, building consensus and helping develop sometimes highly complex legislation. We know the legislature is probably going to be looking into issues this next session, which will be a long session starting in January. It's not just budget, but also policy that could affect not just KCTCS, but the entire higher education system across Kentucky. It's been 26 years since we've had higher education reform in our state with House Bill 1 in 1997. And so I think it's important that we have somebody that has been in Frankfurt, been in the trenches, but also has personal relationships with our legislature. Another example, I'm known as the gas pump guy across Kentucky. My inspection sticker, which is green this year, is on every gas pump. And all joking aside, that's a very complex role at the Department of Agriculture, the regulatory aspect. And we had to rewrite not only the law, but also the administrative regs that has to do with the regulation of fuel in Kentucky, which is very complex. And to spare you the details, that took about 2 to 3 years to complete, but we got it passed. And we did it in a way where all stakeholders were brought to the table multiple times. No one was left out with not having a voice. People were able to view their concerns, voice their concerns early, and we got it passed. And that's something that we needed to do years ago, but I don't mind tidying the shop up, especially before I leave office.
Great, thank you. Question 6. Do you believe that KCTCS colleges should operate under single accreditation, or should they be separately accredited by SAC-COC as they are now?
This is an issue that I've been studying up on, and right now I think that one of the strengths of the system is the single accreditation, that every state does this a little bit differently. Some states have a system-wide accreditation, and some states like Kentucky have accreditation on the campus level, which I support. And this is something that I think that I would lean heavily on PLT to make sure that we get it done right. And so the way I see it is that unless the system is broken, unless there's a substantial issue with the campus by campus accreditation, I don't see a need to change that at this point. Now, I know I know that Senate Joint Resolution 98 may come out with recommendations, but right now, I believe that the system isn't broken, don't try to fix it. And I have faith in our presidential leadership team when it comes to accreditation at the campus level.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Great, thank you. What is your viewpoint on flexible scheduling and work from home? Right now, there is not a clear and consistent policy on it across the system. How would you address this issue?
Well, the workforce and workplace environment has changed since COVID. I think the grand experiment about whether or not people can be productive at home versus in the office has been settled. And I think that at the Department of Agriculture, I can tell you that as we brought people back into the office, we did allow a flexible schedule, which we do right now, that there's a work at home component. Now, there's some jobs you can't zoom in and do remotely. I understand that. And so again, I think this goes back to making sure that KCTCS, with help from a presidential leadership team, because every campus is different, should provide a work environment that's going to attract and retain employees. And I think that that's a work benefit that a lot of people enjoy. And so for me, to answer your question directly, I think that it's perfectly fine to have a hybrid type of model, but it also depends on what the job description is as well. And so I'm open for any work environment that creates efficiencies in the system. And I know that for some folks that the work from home or hybrid component has been very productive. And so this is one of those issues that if selected, I'll evaluate more. But the bottom line is that we want to create a work environment where we can attract and retain the talent that we have at KCTCS and across the system.
Thank you. Senate President Robert Stivers called for a comprehensive review of higher education, as you know, in Senate Joint Resolution 98. One of the ideas being considered is to leave technical education with KCTCS while moving gen ed subjects to the regional universities. What are your thoughts on this specific proposal?
I believe that we should keep the gen ed components with the community and technical colleges. As I stated earlier, this is KCTCS and the 16 campuses are oftentimes the entry point for Kentuckians who may not at first want to go to a four-year comprehensive university. I've met these folks. I've traveled our state extensively. It's so important that if we want to have more college graduates, that we have a system that is intertwined with each other. And that's why I think that the gen ed and transfer component are very important towards the mission of KCTCS. And that, in fact, I would propose having a vice president spot that focuses just on this here at the system office, that focuses on making sure that we create one system for Kentucky. And as I shared with the presidential leadership team last night, that our state is small. We can't afford to have costly duplication across our state, but I don't view the gen ed components as duplication because, again, the 8 public universities plus our privates view the KCTCS system as an incubator and recruitment bed for students. And so for me, I think that we need to make sure that we have a one system approach for higher education. And I'm happy to go to Frankfurt and talk with both our education chairs, our budget chairs, of course, coming up this next session, as well as members of both parties to share that vision that I have, that KCTCS should be a system for everybody and anybody that wants to improve themselves. And it includes those students that want to go on and achieve a post-secondary degree beyond an associate's.
Okay. Another topic concerning legislation. Similar to other states across the South, it's anticipated that anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion legislation will be a major discussion point for the Kentucky General Assembly in 2024. What are your thoughts on this, and how would you address it in the legislative session?
Well, first off, I value diversity. That study after study after study shows something that we already know, that students perform better when there are other folks, other people that have similar backgrounds, both in the classroom but also in faculty. So number one, we need to value diversity because it creates better educational outcomes. Number two is that we need to create a college and education system that has a welcoming environment, not just for our students, but also our faculty and staff. Number three is that we need to provide resources to make sure that if this is one of our pillars and one of our value sets, that we have the resources that reflect that. I served as the national president of all the agriculture commissioners nationwide for a couple years ago, and we actually helped elevate the role of diversity at our office in Washington, D.C., and also at our conferences by providing scholarships to our Manners chapters across Kentucky as well. And so the last point I have on this is that the workforce is demanding diversity. And so if we need to make sure that if the workforce is valuing this in their offices, that our system has an environment that reflects what the workforce needs as well. And one of the things my mom taught me before she passed away is that never make assumptions about people. You've not walked a mile in their shoes. And so we need to make sure that we have an environment that is welcoming for people of all backgrounds.
Wonderful, thank you. And we have reached our last question. So let's fast forward to the year 2028, where you are the president of KCTCS. What does the system look like now with you having been in this role for 5 years?
Well, I would hope that KCTCS is looked upon as a shining jewel among what's working in Kentucky, and it already is working. Again, we need an advocate that tells our story about what's going great in our state. But I think that 5 years from now, hopefully we can add on to our already national rankings at KCTCS on production, but also be looked upon as a well-oiled machine that complements the other higher education opportunities and programs across our state. That secondly, that we've helped create a solution for the workforce development crisis across Kentucky, that we have employers, and there are many of them already doing it now, but we should be the first call that employers make when they locate in a community or also expand in a community, that what can we do to help with the training of your employees. Another goal that I would have 5 years from now is that we have such a good working relationship with the legislature and the executive branch, regardless of who's in office. And I told PLT last night the same thing I'll tell you, and the same thing I'll tell the Board of Regents tomorrow, is that this position requires a president that is apolitical, and that's something that I will honor if selected. That we have a reputation, a national reputation as a state that got it right when it comes to making sure that we have access and affordability for any and all Kentuckians. I also think that with our dual credit, which a big chunk of our students are enrolling in right now, that we make sure we get that right as well, especially on the compensation and affordability side of that. But as I started this conversation out, Hannah, this is about Kentucky. And so I think that if we want to attract employers here, it used to be, does a community have water, electricity, broadband, good roads, good schools? But now the conversation is, where's the workforce going to come from? I think that we can play a big role working with our chambers, with our ad districts, mom and pop stores across Kentucky to make sure that we are elevating our state, that we give hope to any Kentuckian that wants to better themselves through higher education, and we can have fun doing it at the same time.
Thank you. That is it for the questions that I have. I want to give you the last word, and I will let you speak directly to the faculty and staff who are watching before we wrap up.
Education certainly changed my life. My mom taught me a lot of things growing up, and one was that learning never really ends. And as someone who's taken classes at Lexington Community College, someone that got to study higher education administration from Harvard, I got to go get my doctorate from out of state, that you never know what impact a teacher may have on somebody's life. I actually just 2 weeks ago had my former FFA advisor come visit me. She's been retired for years. And it just reminded me about how special of an opportunity teachers have every single day to better somebody's life. When I travel Kentucky, I still run into some of my mom's former students who are now nurses, and it just is an inspiring conversation about what we can do. I think KCTCS has so much good going for it, that we need to have strong community presence. We need to make sure that we highlight and share the successes that we have across the system and on our individual campuses. I think it's important that we have somebody that can advocate for you at the system level alongside PLT and work with our faculty and staff that's going to advocate for you in Frankfort and Washington, D.C., especially when it comes to federal grant monies, making sure that we're pulling down as much as we can to help support the system. I also think that it's important for me to acknowledge that, yes, I don't come from a community college currently. I've not been a campus president, but we should look at that as an opportunity. But I also was taught to be a listener in life. And so what I'm going to propose to the Board of Regents tomorrow, and I'm happy to share this, is a 30-day, 60-day, 90-day, and 1-year action plan for the system office. And within the first 60 days, I hope to visit every campus, and I would like to propose a listening tour where I'm there to hear directly from you on the campus level about what concerns that you have, what needs to be addressed. And if selected, I look forward to getting out about Kentucky and listening directly from you as well. I also think it's important to realize that we have an opportunity to change Kentucky for the better. And this is really where my heart and soul comes into it, because some folks may be scratching their head and say, why is the Agriculture Commissioner interested in this position? Because it's about bettering our state. I've had the opportunity and feel blessed to have traveled to all 120 counties multiple times. I feel like I have a handle on the geographical needs of our state. I want to work with your campuses to make sure that you have an advocate in me that's going to better Kentucky as well and bring a vision. Because I believe KCTCS should be the most impactful higher education system in Kentucky. And that requires someone to help tell our story, to help, yes, address the workforce development issues and crisis across our state, but also making sure that we have a team approach, somebody that's going to help lead from our Frankfort office that listens to the needs of what's going on in the classroom as well. So I'm excited to be a finalist, and if I could be of any help to you, whether I select it or not, please don't hesitate to contact me as well. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Dr. Quarles, and thank you for watching. Please remember that you will be sent a survey to fill out, and we will be back here at 2 p.m. Hello, and thank you for joining us again. We are now on our second interview of 3 today. I appreciate you taking the time to watch these and also provide your feedback via the survey. Again, I'm Hannah Rivera. I'm Chief of Staff, Board and Government Liaison, and I'm now joined by Dr. Walker-Griffea and Griffea.
Yes.
I thought I had it right, but
You
close.
You did.
So thank you again for being here with us today. I'm going to turn it over to you before we actually get started with questions and let you introduce yourself and just say why you and why KCTCS.
Well, thank you for the question. I'm happy to be here and happy to be sharing with all of you that are listening and watching right now. I'm Beverly Walker-Griffea. I am the president of Mott Community College in Flint in Genesee County in Michigan. And I am here because I really want to join the KCTCS family. I have really, heard about, studied, really known about KCTCS for many, many years, from probably the inception of it, and always have felt that this is just a great system, and have learned some things as well from things that you all have done under some of your various leadership. And why am I here today? It's because I would love to join this family and to lead now. I believe that what I bring to the table actually matches what I believe that you're looking for as a system for leadership. And I've had many, many opportunities to do the things that I think that you all are going through as you mature as a system. The very first thing that I'd like to make sure that you understand about me is that I am about student success. Since I was 21 years old and graduated from Oklahoma State University, I was a university representative, and I really found at that time that I loved helping students succeed. And I wanted to do more because I realized there were so many students that didn't know how college could be a game changer for their lives. And I wanted to be out there and to really ensure that they were able to get into a college and then graduate from a college and get a credential. And so I know everyone has seen my resume, and at every juncture, it's always been about ensuring that students are reaching those dreams and they're getting great jobs at the very end, because it's really about supporting the community, supporting the state, supporting the nation, so that we are economically viable for whatever we are trying to do as far as moving forward as a state, nation, or a community. And it's been a joy for me. So that's, one of the reasons why, but I can't not say, why Kentucky? Well, it's Kentucky because my mom is born and raised in Kentucky. She's from Henderson, and I spent every summer here and actually love Kentucky and know a lot about it. And so when this job opportunity came up, in my 10th year at Mott, and 10 years I've been able to really see a change of culture, and maybe we'll talk about that later, but how we've gotten there. But I have the opportunity now to move and do something else and know that they are set for success with what they are doing. And that's a good feeling for me, that if I were to leave, they would be in good standing as well, and I would be able to join and lead this system.
Okay, thank you. So, old Kentucky home, that's good to hear.
Yes, it's like my family.
Yes. So before we begin, I just do want to state for our viewers that these questions were collected from across the system and compiled from this interview. Specifically, we went through CAOs at the colleges, and then we used our system office staff to collect the staff questions. With over 4,000 employees across the system, not everyone gets a chance to ask a question, but we do value the input that the faculty and staff provide. And again, they will have an opportunity to provide feedback about this interview to our board. So let's just dive right in.
Okay.
Okay. What motivates you to lead in higher education, and what personal philosophy guides your leadership style?
Wow, I think I've already said it. What motivates me is ensuring that every individual has the opportunity to attend and gain a credential. I think that a lot of times people don't know it, or they don't think that it's right for them, or they don't have the support systems to understand, and that we have to be able to help everybody, no matter where that they're coming into the system, to ensure that they have those support systems, that they have all the tools they need to do well here. And we also have the, really we have the possibilities of working with, you know, our K through 12 systems, our university institutions, to really develop these pipelines to build a workforce that is one of excellence, one that has the expertise that we need to make Kentucky right, to make Kentucky be successful. And for higher ed, community colleges, that's what I'm about, you know, as a person. I really want to see everybody to have those opportunities and to have jobs that are ones that they can have a living wage. The second part was?
What personal philosophy guides your leadership style?
I think my personal philosophy is that, you know, I serve. And that's critically important to me, that I am able to work with community members, students, legislators, whatever it needs, so that we can have the communities that we desire. And that means that I work a lot and I'm on a lot, and I'm okay with that, because it means that we're making a difference, one student at a time. And if we're always thinking about whatever we're doing and what that means to that student, no matter who you are within the system, it will make a better experience for that student. So I guess that is my philosophy, is I serve and will do whatever it takes to ensure that our students have what they need, the supports that they need, the academic pedagogy, you know, that they need. It's critically important to me, because it really does make a difference for our communities to succeed.
Yes. Thank you. Now we're going to talk about something you've heard probably many times since you've been here with us, the Huron study.
Yes.
It has identified multiple major areas for potential change across our system. A relatively short timeline has been set to begin several of the initiatives. As system president, how would you approach the change initiatives while you're still getting to know the system and the colleges?
Well, it's kind of unfortunately and fortunately, I've had to do this as well in my job, my current job that I'm in. You probably don't know, because it's not, you know, on the resume, that I started my job as president in Flint, Michigan in August of 2014, and in September of 2014, something happened with the water. Now, it had already been happening, but we recognized it at that point. And it took me to be able to step up and say, you know, we need to make sure that we have safety, the health and the wellness for not only our family within the college, but also for our community. And I had to work very quickly to learn the legislators, all of the public school systems, leadership. It was a very, very, very tough job, and I will say, I felt like, and I probably did work 80 hours a week, trying to ensure that we were being compliant, being safe. We were talking with trying to get the resources and really trying to stand in the gap for our community. And all of this while I'm just joining the college.
Wow.
So what it did was it made me get to know this culture very fast. I relied, on the people that were around me to help me to maneuver what was happening, and I put myself out there to advocate for the college and the community. I went to Washington, D.C. I worked with the legislators, at home. I actually, worked with the governor as well and the lieutenant governor. We became the safe haven, I like to call it, for both the mayor and the city council, who were vehemently against the governor and the lieutenant governor and what was happening. And we had to really be apolitical with all of this, but help them to resolve the issues and get things done, and allowing for those safe spaces to happen. And so I think all of those things helped me become very respected very early with the leaders of the community, the leaders in government as well, so that they knew that all I'm about is trying to make sure this community thrives and survives. That's it. So when you ask me about, what would I do with this, with the Huron study, I think I'm pretty used to jumping in, being courageous, and getting things done. I know how to reach out and work with the legislators to introduce myself first, but to start talking about, the different talking points about why this is critically important for us. But also, at the same time, working with the system as well to help us to start making those changes that we're going to have to make in order to take action with this report. One of my great skills is listening, and I love to listen to everybody's voice. If you want to say it, I'm all right with it, because that lets me know, what are people thinking? What do we know? And so, at my college now, people know that they can call, they can email, they can, whatever they want to do, just to make sure this is on my radar. And I would do the same things, as well as working with the, I don't know if we call it the executive cabinet at the college, but the leadership, which would be the presidents and the system leadership as well, just trying to ensure that whatever decisions are made are good decisions for the system, but also for the communities that we serve, because it all affects everything that we do.
Yes. Thank you. And it sounds like you would have to be courageous to get through that crisis, so thank you.
It was.
Yes. Can you please speak to how your work experience has prepared you to take on the presidency of KCTCS?
I think I've already talked about one with crisis management. And I think that really prepared me to work with the pandemic as well. I like to say that at first I thought we were going to have that same type of experience, but this became the pandemic much deeper. And I had to really make sure that I was conveying leadership through a screen. Which is very different, right? And making sure that people still had avenues to talk and work, and really listening to them as well about that. And I think that helped us tremendously move forward as an institution with how we were able to get off campus quickly, how the faculty were able to do whatever they could to provide this new remote learning, because sometimes Zoom does not work, or Teams. It's they just got so creative, and it was so awesome to see. But you thought that this was going to be really the same, but it wasn't. It was much deeper when people started dying. And so I had, probably one of the first students of COVID that died that was one of my students. And how do you then handle that with a community, a family that has now been dispersed? And so we were able to use that time to really make sure that we had shored up our mental health types of activities, not only for students, but for our employees as well. We had support systems that we took out to our students so that they were still able to get food, housing opportunities, transportation kinds of things. And we did it together. And I think that was the one thing that I had learned from the water crisis, is really picking up and listening to people that are out on the front lines and being able to say, well, let's try it. Let's see what happens. The second thing would be change management, though. When I first came to the college at Mott, one of the questions, I love to talk, I love to listen, right? To have these sessions where people can come and I can hear them and what their voices are saying about various issues. And I asked this question, it was, so what are we about? What is our culture here? And it was crickets. We really didn't know. And so we made the decision that we're going to delve into that, and we put together groups of what is it going to take? What are we about for student success? What are we about for employee success? And we came back with this commitment. We're committed. And the commitments have various tenets to it that are outlined that we still follow today of what that means for us. And that became who we are as an institution. The number one thing is we're about student success. So now if you asked anybody, they would tell you that one, right?
Right.
That's what we do. We're about student success. How do we do it? Well, number one is we have to have employee success. And we have to fulfill those needs as well, because they're the ones that have to make sure that our students are taken care of in the way that we want. And so that works together, but the student is always in the center. And as you look through, what those tenets say of where we want it to be, where we want it to go, today we have fulfilled those things. And we did it incrementally by making various changes at the college, but keeping our eye on what are we about? What do we want for ourselves as an institution? Our board gave us institutional priorities where they outlined what we call our aspirational vision. And those are outlined for us. And within those commitments, you can see how it all lines up with that aspirational vision. So that would be something as well that I would be bringing to the college with the change management, and where we would be headed if I were selected for KCTCS's leadership, to figure out who are we? What are we about? Where are we headed here? With this Huron report, we've done this great work. How do we fit that in now to our vision for what we want to be?
Great, thank you. Can you provide an example of a challenging legislative or regulatory issue you've encountered in your career and how you approached it to achieve a favorable outcome?
Certainly. During the pandemic, we were all struggling as institutions for resources, and our state said that they were struggling as well, and they were going to take back a certain percentage of our budget. If we did that, we would be crushed as an institution. So you have to understand that in Michigan, our funding is a percentage from the state that hasn't changed since 2008. Property taxes And my college is in an impoverished area, and so our property taxes are low. And then tuition. That's how we get our revenue. That's how we generate it. And so taking back part of the money, we would have had to have gone into severe layoffs. It would have been something we just could not do. And so I got with my team, which is my executive cabinet, and we said, we had already built a relationship very early with our legislators. And every year we give them our legislative priorities of what we need them to fight for us. But we said we're calling them in, and we need their help now because this will destroy us. I think one of the best things that I saw was when I made those phone calls, everybody showed up at the meeting. Republican, Democrat, didn't matter. Everybody showed up because this is their college, their community college, and they wanted to know what will be the impact and what do we need to do to help. And that made me feel good because, you know, as you're starting off with building these relationships, sometimes they don't show up. Now we're at this crisis, and they did. So that meant that we have come a long way, you know, with them. But they took it and they fought for us. And they did not take the money away in the end. It was, they let us keep it and we were fine. And then we celebrated with them, you know, with the great thank you, right?
Yes.
But knowing how devastating that would have been to the institution, you have to step up, you have to, you know, call it out, and you've got to say, this is going to impact your community, and this is how if we aren't here to provide this.
Wonderful example, thank you. Do you believe that KCTCS colleges should operate under a single accreditation, or should they be separately accredited as they are now by SACS-COC?
Well, that's a tough question for me because I don't know the inner workings of why that's a question. I think that having a separate accreditation is fine as long as everybody is fulfilling what they need to do at their institution and they have the resources to do that as well. I have not seen, you know, and I may not know this, but I have not seen that any colleges, you know, had any situations with accreditation. So I'm going to assume that everybody is in good standing. But I have worked in the Virginia system that has each college with those accreditation, with SACS as well, with those, and I was actually a reviewer for them as well. But, you know, knowing that, I think it gets more, I think, ownership for the accrediting process, understanding of it, if each college has that ability to know that it's on you and you're accountable, you know, for following those standards. But I've not really seen that there's any lack of resources to stop that, to call for an accreditation of one.
Sure. And to provide context, to be fair.
Sure.
Huron did suggest that single accreditation possibly be looked at as one of the opportunities. And then while we don't know what Senate Joint Resolution 98 would say, it is a possibility that they recommend single accreditation for KCTCS. So you're not missing anything. There are no bad reports out there on our institutions or anything like that. But looking ahead, it might be something that is suggested from these various groups.
And I would just say that then we would just need to look at it from all angles. You know, what will it bring us? You know, what will it take away? And for me, then, what would be the right decision for the system at that time?
Great. Thank you. Something that many of the viewers may be interested in right now What is your viewpoint on flexible scheduling and work from home? Right now, there is not a clear and consistent policy across the system, so how would you address this?
I think it's a balance. I think if you have a position that allows you to work from home successfully, to fulfill all the duties of that position, then that's wonderful if you have that opportunity. Right now at the college that I serve, we actually, I do everything with facilitation in groups, so everybody has a way of bringing their ideas to it. And so we came out with it that we believe that the flexible scheduling is good, that we want people to be in the office at least 3 days a week. You can choose those days of what you want. It's just not, you can't do a Monday and a Friday unless, there's other approvals that say this is necessary for whatever that you're doing. And it's been very interesting. You apply for it and your supervisor then, if they agree, then it goes up to their executive cabinet member to agree with it. Only if it's someone that wants a total remote does it come to me as the president to look at the whys for it. But people get to choose, and it's just, my thing has been we have to have, for our online presence, people available, and we have to have, for our in-person presence, people available. So if we see that the demand swings to in-person, then we've got to go in person, more, and vice versa. And that's worked for us because we have people that, they said automatically, I don't want to be online anymore.
Right, yeah.
And we've had some that are just like, I want, to be online. That's something that I need. As long as you're able to get your job done successfully, wonderful, I'm all for it.
Okay, great, thank you for that. Senate President Stivers called for a comprehensive review of higher education with Senate Joint Resolution 98, which is something I know you've talked about. One of the ideas being considered is to leave technical education with KCTCS while moving the gen ed subjects to the universities. What are your thoughts on this specific proposal?
I would say that I would want to have the data for that proposal on the why, but what are the outcomes that are being sought for that. What I know about community colleges is that community colleges give our populations that we work with the best support, the best education that they can have, the best foundation so that if they're transferring, they can go ahead and move on and do well at those universities. So I would probably be against, having the community colleges to lose the general ed because we have so many students that need the type of education that modes that we offer and the support systems to keep them in college. We are this bright spot for many, many students that they would not survive at a university. And taking that away would, I think, be a terrible mistake for the state. I think they would lose students at that point. Good students that could have done well with obtaining, a transfer or university degree.
Okay, another question about legislation. Similar to other states across the South, it's anticipated that anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion legislation will be a major discussion point for the Kentucky General Assembly in 2024. What are your thoughts on this, and how would you address it in the session?
My thoughts are that this is something that we would have to look at very carefully because at the same time that may be discussed, they're also discussing how do we get more people into the workforce? How do we get them more credentials? Well, the only way that you can do that is that you are able to present an environment where people know that they belong, that you are providing the opportunities for them, that they understand I'm included in your vision. And so in looking at this, I think my responsibility, if I were selected, would be to help them to understand that we may not be using those words, but if we don't include people, if we don't have them getting the types of supports they need, the type of educational experiences that they need, then we are going to lose the battle here in Kentucky with our workers and our talent. So however you couch it, we've got to ensure that we are educating everyone in Kentucky and that they have the opportunities to thrive and get a credential.
Yes.
And in order to do that, it means that with some people, you have to do this, and with other people, you have to do that, because we're all different in what we respond to. So whatever you call it, but we have to meet those needs of that employer, which means that we've got to do what it takes to get people educated.
Thank you. Okay, we've reached the last question.
Oh my.
Okay, let's fast forward to the year 2028, where you are now president of KCTCS and have been here for 5 years.
Okay.
What does the system look like now with you in the presidential position?
Okay. What does it look like in 2028? I would hope that it looks like people that are working together as one to educate their particular communities, that we are not just looking at one area, that we are ensuring as a system that we have equity for educational opportunities throughout this state, that we have been able to work with, especially those rural and those eastern areas, to have the technology there and the workforce growth there, so that there is more hope and opportunity for the people that reside there. I hope at 2028 that we are the leader in, I'm going to say systems, because I believe it's the systems that will be granting credentials as well. And that we will be the model that people will be coming saying, hey, how did you do this, you know, in this time period? I must say, and I think I had said it earlier, it really does take 10 years, you know, to change a culture. But in 5, we should be on our way, so that people are starting to really look and say, you know, Kentucky's where you want to be.
I'm biased, but yes, it is where you want to be. Okay, well, thank you so much. Those are the questions that I have, but I do want to leave it with you to have the last word, and please feel free to address the faculty and staff directly before we wrap up.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. This has been an excellent learning experience for me, as I have been able to find, since I've been here, some of the things that you all are doing that I did not know that were going on, but am very excited about having the opportunity to join this family and to serve with you. I think that as I learn more about what you do, that this is a good fit for me as a next step in my career. And I hope that I am your next KCTCS president, because I think it'll be a great journey that will have a lot of joy and a lot of happiness as we really serve, you know, at a higher level the needs of this state.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And please remember that you will be receiving the second survey out of the 3 today. So look for that to hit your inbox shortly. See you back at 4 o'clock. Bye. Hi, and thank you for joining us for our third interview of the day. I have with me Dr. Dean McCurdy, and we will begin. I first want to just say thank you to the faculty and staff who have spent the afternoon watching these interviews. Hopefully you have completed your first two surveys. The third one will go out after this interview. Please remember that we need those in by 7 p.m. this evening. So that we can have them compiled and prepared for our board, who will be doing the interviews tomorrow. And just as a note, we do hope that we will be able to announce the candidate by Friday afternoon, hopefully at the latest, no later than Monday. So stay tuned, and please, again, get that feedback in. It's very valued by our board, and we appreciate the time you've spent watching these interviews today. Again, I'm Hannah Rivera. I'm Chief of Staff and Board and Government Relations, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. McCurdy to introduce himself and share a little bit about why he's here with us today.
Sure. Well, thank you, Hannah. I've got a few thank yous I'd like to start with. Thanks to you for organizing this forum and all the events this week. It's been a wonderful opportunity to get to know KCTCS, the leadership, and hear about the great work that faculty and staff are doing across Kentucky. So thank you to that. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank the other two finalists, Dr. Quarles and Dr. Walker-Griffea, for their leadership in their roles, past and present. It's an honor to be considered among them for this position at KCTCS. And then, of course, to our faculty and staff across the system, thank you for your participation and the great work that you do, the work that is seen and unseen that you do on behalf of your students and communities. It's truly appreciated. We are all in the community college movement together, so I do want to make sure I thank what each of you does every day in support of that success. And of course, to the Board of Regents, appointed and elected, the great work that they do as well in service to the state of Kentucky. So with that, a little bit about my background and why KCTCS. So I grew up in a very small community. If you take the Appalachian Range and you follow it all the way to the other end, you end up in Canada, eastern Canada, on the Atlantic Ocean. I grew up in a small valley there, and the first member of my family that not to make a living from the sea in some form at some point. And for me, college was a way to a different type of a life. I grew up in a region with chronic poverty and high under and unemployment. And really, my parents decided that I was going to college before I was born. Fun fact, I'm an identical twin, so there is another one of me out there, and he happens to work as the CIO for a community college system in Nova Scotia in Canada. So community college is in the family now, I guess you could say. So a little bit of background, growing up in that community, going through my undergraduate degree, really a couple of important things happened to me. I fell in love with learning. I fell in love with the idea of doing research. I fell in love with teaching. I had professors that inspired me to do things that I didn't even know existed. The other amazing thing that happened to me is I met my wife of 27 years, Vivian. We've been on a journey together ever since, and for her, community college was her initial access to higher education as well. So she's continued to go back to community college. I'm also the parent of two Ivy Tech Community College graduates, one that transferred successfully and went on and finished a bachelor's degree and is now working as an accountant, and another who finished an associate degree and is now studying to be an underwater welder, of all things. So community college really is in the family. After doing graduate work in central Canada and Ontario and Canada's national capital, like a lot of Canadians, I came to the United States to find my fortune and pursue a career in higher education. And I got bitten by the teaching bug in graduate school. So I initially wanted to do research and maybe work at an R1, but fell in love with teaching, taught overloads at every opportunity, and then came to another great education invention of this country, which is the liberal arts college, and spent a dozen years, actually 13 years, at two liberal arts colleges, going through the whole tenure system and everything there. And a president there inspired me to begin to work as an administrator. So I did that. And then that led me during the recession to community colleges. I was really following my students during the Great Recession. They were graduating with a great experience, but they had a lot of debt from their four-year degree. And they needed credentials to get into the workforce. And so for me, it was an opportunity to follow them on their journey through community college and into the workplace. I ended up enrolling as a student, something I've done a lot. I typically try to teach or be a student at all times. Lifelong learning is incredibly important to me. And I fell in love and decided to build my career at the next steps at a community college. So served as a dean for a year or so, and then the president asked me to take responsibility for a new workforce-focused campus in Michigan that we were constructing in partnership with healthcare partners and food systems partners and agriculture. Built that up, grew enrollment, went through the whole accreditation process, and then that led me to Ivy Tech, where I've been for the last 6 years now almost, serving first in a chancellor role, which is like a college president in the KCTCS system, and then most recently as provost and senior vice president, covering everything from academic affairs and accreditation to enrollment, marketing, student affairs, student records, and also direct oversight for what we call Ivy Online, which is one of the largest providers of online education in the country. So I've done that now for a couple of years, and that led me to where we are today, which is the opportunity that KCTCS presents. You're at a pivotal moment in your history as a system. You are confronting enormous challenges, but also have enormous opportunities. And when I read the Huron study, it really resonated with me. I have walked the Huron study. I've worked through the Huron study on the ground at another community college, both at the college campus level and at the systems level. So I think there's a lot I could bring to KCTCS to help with that, and then also to live up to the promise of KCTCS as a national leader in the community college movement and successful outcomes for students. So that's really what's led me here today.
Well, thank you. We are so glad you are here. I do want to let you know that these questions were compiled from our faculty and staff across the system. We went through some designated avenues to collect them, and they will have that survey to complete after this interview. So we greatly value their input. If you're ready, we'll get down to business.
Excellent. Let's do it.
Okay, let's do it. What motivates you to lead in higher education, and what personal philosophy guides your leadership style?
Okay, great question. So what motivates me is the mission. The community college mission is like none other. We're organizations that lift people out of poverty and into family-sustaining wages. We transform lives. We are at the center of so much development of individuals, families, communities, states, and our country. So there are just enormous opportunities that we have. We have the best jobs. I say this a lot. We have the best jobs. They're tough, but the outcomes for our students are absolutely incredible. A couple of things that inspire me regularly. One is the American flag I keep on my desk. When I became a United States citizen, I'm a first-generation, not only college graduate, but also a first-generation citizen. And the other thing is I keep commencement videos on my phone. And if you're having a bad day, and I think most of you that are watching have been to a community college commencement. If you haven't, you must go. It is the greatest thing ever. And just watching a few minutes of that and thinking about those outcomes of what we get to do every day, that's what motivates me. And of course, the unique opportunities that we have in the world of community colleges to be the economic and workforce development engines for our states. There are only a handful of systems that get to do this at that scale. And of course, Kentucky is one of them, and in Indiana, we are another one as well that gets to do that. So it is just an incredible opportunity. Now, in terms of my leadership philosophy, I lead by example. I lead very directly through direct engagement. I think it all comes down to relationship building, and relationships need to be built on trust. And that trust requires direct and continuous engagement. It requires an understanding and appreciation and empathy, authenticity. You have to bring your best self to your work as you engage with empathy. Empathy and understanding for our students and our mission first and foremost. And then competency, of course, is incredibly important. We need to have the resources, the skills, and the support to be able to do our jobs effectively. And every member of the system is incredibly valuable to that success. And so every member contributes to that success. And so I think for me, I lead directly as a leader of a very large, the largest system of community colleges in the country. I'm on the road a lot. I'm on the road 3 to 4 days a week, and that is an expectation I have of my team as well. Now, we don't have to be at our system office. Ideally, we are engaging directly at our college campuses across the state. Because that's how we learn. That's where our students are educated, right? They're not educated at system office. They're educated at the college campuses. And that's the best opportunity for us to get to know what the needs of our faculty and staff are and to build those relationships directly, right? So I have about 6,000 employees. I don't know them all the time, but I do get to know those different roles and take every opportunity to make sure that I'm engaging directly, and through my team, we're all engaging directly, and again, in support of that amazing work that our campuses are doing. So that really governs a lot of how I lead and how I work with a team.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Now, you've already mentioned the topic of our next question. Our viewers are very familiar with the Huron study, which has identified multiple major areas for potential change across our system. A relatively short timeline has been set up to begin several of the initiatives. As system president, how would you approach these change initiatives while you're still getting to know the system and the colleges?
Sure. So I think I'll address a little bit about the Huron study as well as how I would engage in that. And clearly there is a lot happening there. I think like a lot of you on this call, I think lately I've been sleeping with a copy of the Huron study under my pillow at night, and read it cover to cover many times. First thing I will say is that many of the priorities within the Huron study are overlapping in nature. So we can address many of them simultaneously. As an example, there is a lot about space utilization and recommendations there. There's also a lot about academic program and workforce training alignment to best meet the needs of communities. So those are two major pieces. Those are not exclusive pieces. And in fact, both of those are components I have a lot of familiarity with from Indiana. Going back to 2016, 2017, we had legislative mandates to look at our space. That's about the time I came into Ivy Tech. We had a new president in 2016. I arrived in 2017. And we had direct reporting and metrics around our square footage. And so I happened to be at the campus that had the most square footage per student and FTE and the greatest cost in some of my leases per square foot when I started. So I had a direct line to address some of these things. But in addressing that square footage, of course, you're looking at program alignment simultaneously. We've done a lot of that at my current college. I've worked with each of our college leaders around the development of academic and workforce plans. So you may have master plans at your college. They may be a little dated in some cases, but we have a statewide academic and workforce plan that drives all of that. It drives the physical master plan. It also informs the decisions that are made locally about program alignment. So, for example, we know on a map, literally, exactly what our fit is for every program with what the job openings look like in Lightcast at any scale. So it might be the scale of one campus, it might be the scale that an employer sets. So we can all look at each other's data and understand what that alignment looks like. And then that allows us to be better informed about how we use the space that we have, where we need to grow, where we need to shrink, what we need to serve directly, and what our community partners can support us in serving as we meet the needs of students. So that's one example. Another would be looking at the compression of salaries, and I know you've done a lot of work here. I've done a lot of work at my prior community college in that we did a complete compensation analysis of all bands, very similar to what KCTCS is doing. And of course, again, a data-informed approach there is incredibly valuable. Our most valuable asset that we have are the people that we work with. And of course, the last 3 years really, have taught us that that's a scarce resource that we really have to show value to, right? It costs a lot more to bring in a new employee than it does to retain an outstanding employee that we have already. So I think becoming a great place to work is really critical, and that's really what that is guiding us toward. So lots of opportunities within the project to become a more data-informed culture, to have access to that, to measure more accurately and consistently what those goals are. What gets measured gets done. And then, of course, in other elements like standing up a project management office, I've done that at the campus and at a system level as well. And I could attest to how outstanding that can be as you reach your goals. So I think Huron's done a wonderful job assessing the needs, but of course now it's time for action. We have to take those plans and implement them, and that will take everyone that's watching and many more for us to be successful in doing that. But it can be done quickly, and I've come through the other side of that. It can be done incredibly successfully as well.
That's great news. Thank you. Please speak to how your work experience has prepared you to take on the presidency of KCTCS.
Yeah, so I've led at many different levels. I have had a career in higher education, but it's been a fairly broad and diverse career. So I've spent about half of my time at four-year institutions and about half at community colleges. I've spent a good portion of my time in the academic affairs side of things, primarily in a teaching role, but also advising students, also creating experiential learning opportunities for students. And I've spent a lot of my time as well on the administrative side in the workforce arena, helping to stand up customized employer training programs at different scales, at the scale of a college and at the scale of a state. And then leading efforts to grow and develop enrollment and messaging to employers and to students around that enrollment. Retention efforts statewide I'm responsible for in our current system. And so a lot of those experiences as well. And then of course I've had a lot of opportunities to serve externally as well, on boards at the national level, regional level, local level. Continue to do that as well in higher education, but also in workforce training, also in thought leadership areas around diversity and equity across the workplace. And so a real breadth and depth of experience that is centered in higher education, which is the business that we're in, of course, but goes much more beyond that into other arenas that we serve as well.
Okay. Let's switch gears a little bit and talk about providing an example of a legislative or regulatory issue you've encountered in your career and how you approached it to achieve a favorable outcome.
Okay, terrific question and very relevant to the work of a system president.
Yes.
So I'll give an example and kind of talk through that, because I think the example I'm going to talk about will address this particular question, but also some of the particular needs that I think you're hearing about in Kentucky right now. Okay. And the bill, or now the legislation that I'll talk about, is HEA, House Enrolled Act 1003 of 2022. I hope I got that right. So it's 2022. And it's the Indiana Nursing, Indiana Back to Health legislation. Okay. And I was involved in this particular piece of legislation at two different scales. I was involved first in the role of a campus chancellor leading a region of the state. And then during this process, because there were actually several acts of legislation around this, moved into a statewide leadership role and concluded that process, that legislative process, in a supporting function in that role. So 1003 basically is around nursing expansion. So one of the opportunities over the last few years that community colleges, of course, are all seeing is we'd all love to add seats in nursing. Mm-hmm. And the argument typically goes that the limiting factor there is clinical spots. And we had heard the same thing for years. We did an analysis, an employment analysis. We worked with our legislative body, that we engaged them directly in this conversation across our state. And what we found was that we had the largest ASN program already in the country. We graduated about 1,300 nurses a year at Ivy Tech, but we were not meeting that demand. There was a demand for an additional 4,300 nurses, and by 2031, our hospital association statewide was telling us they would need 5,000. So we needed to increase our production of nursing credentials, despite this hard external cap that always seems to exist of clinicals. So this is where we operated as a system. We went to our hospital association and said, look, we have gone to every campus, and we have identified that if we grow our program 50%, we will meet our gap entirely in that nursing production. So we will fulfill our portion. We fill about half the nursing seats in the state. We will fulfill our portion to allow us to have a sustainable pool of nurses from which to draw from. But to do that, we need two things. We need your support with legislation that will allow us to have the flexibility to hire the additional nurses and actually to grow the enrollment as well that's needed to do that. And we need your financial support. We need our legislators as well to know that we're doing this in partnership to meet a workforce need. And that total, by the way, across the entire state for one-time expenditures was about $20 million. To grow by 50%, we worked at each of our campuses. I was involved at my campus, and each of us did this. And then we identified our legislator to take that forward. It was one of my local state representatives, Ethan Manning, and Representative Manning on the House side brought that bill forward. It was a near unanimous passage, or maybe one or two abstentions, which is very rare in our state house in Indiana. But we were able to get that piece of legislation through because we were not just advocating for ourselves. We had alliances, we had others that we were meeting their needs in partnership that could go and make that case as well. Subsequent to that, this past session, we do a budget year and alternating years from Kentucky. So this past year was a budget year in Indiana. We were able to get a $9 million line item to cover some of the recurring costs of hiring additional faculty and staff, tutors and whatnot, to have sustainability as we grew that program. And then of course we also had a number of capital asks. That's a process I've been involved in both in Indiana and in Michigan, which is very different than Indiana or Kentucky, but was involved directly in successful capital request asks there as well. So the other one I'll just say briefly is a lot of the work I'm doing these days is getting into the other bills that have a less direct effect on higher education. For example, all of the K-12 legislation, right? If you think higher education is legislated heavily, just think of our superintendents, our principals.
Yes.
But the better we understand their world and the legislation that's affecting them, the better we can serve the students that they are serving that we know are also students that we need to serve as well. So getting into their mind, understanding what motivates them, understanding their opportunities because they have high turnover as well, and better supporting them as well as our employer partners to make them aware of what this means for them and how we work together. That's been an increasingly heavy part of the work that I've done, and building advocacy across the system. That would be another piece that I'm sure you would appreciate in your role. As we build up that advocacy across the college, we can engage effectively year-round, not just during session, right, with each of our representatives and state senators, across the state, using the power of a system to do that effectively.
Great, thank you.
Oh, I should give the outcome, by the way. We did grow the nursing program by more than 50%. We actually added 766 new seats as of 2 days ago. We also, more importantly, I think, to the students we already serve, we've increased our NCLEX licensure exam scores by 7 percentage points in the last couple of years to over 90%, which means that we're honoring the commitment we've made to our current students and will more than meet that 50% growth goal. So I didn't finish the story, sorry.
Well, congratulations.
That's the other part.
That's a wonderful outcome. Okay, this is something that many of our faculty and staff have been interested in lately, as it was suggested for further study in the Huron report. Do you believe that KCTCS colleges should operate under one single accreditation, or should they be separately accredited by SAC COC?
Okay, great question. So now we're getting into the heart of it. So as you might expect, if you've looked through my resume, I have quite a bit to say on this topic. So let me give a little bit of background first to how I've worked with accreditation, and then I'll get into directly to your question. So I've been working in the area of institutional and program accreditation now for more than 20 years. I've led self-study development. I've served on lots of self-studies, written self-studies, organized self-study visits for both systems and independent colleges at 4- and 2-year levels. A lot of those things are in common, but each is a little bit different. And so I've had a lot of direct experience. Of course, most recently at Ivy Tech, I've been involved in two comprehensive self-studies, one in 2019, which included a visit to half of our campuses as a singly accredited system, and the other this past year. We just went through a comprehensive mid-cycle review. You submit a 37,000-word document with about 700 attachments, literally, to that. It takes about a month to upload it all, and then a panel reviews that and sends you feedback. In our most recent visit, I'll tell you that we had no findings. All 18 core criteria were accredited through HLC, so it's not SACS, but our regional accreditor there, and it is different. But we were successful in all core criteria. That's the first time in our history we hadn't had any recommendations or follow-ups that we needed to do, or monitoring or anything. So in that sense, we've been successful. But I'll tell you, in getting to your question, I think the first thing we have to do is make sure we all understand what that does and doesn't mean. And so I would need to I think, this is a decision that may be pending and may be coming to us, working with the college presidents, working with faculty leadership, working with the CPE, understanding exactly, where the flexibility and resilience lies. So we need to make sure, for example, that our college campuses have the ability and the autonomy to continue to operate and offer new programs that they need and programs that are not needed any longer, have that flexibility to do that. We do have that at Ivy Tech, but we've had that now for almost 20 years. It's been about 18 years. And so that'll be really critical. That I believe is one criteria that has to be met if we were going to pursue single accreditation. We must be able to have the flexibility to meet the needs at all scales, not just at an overall broad state level, but there are differing regions where that matters the most on the ground. So that would be a requirement, and again, we'd have to work with the accreditor on that as well. But I will say a couple of things about single accreditation that advantages it might give us is it gives you a national stage. I've worked recently with Connecticut. As you would expect, being the largest singly accredited community college, you get a lot of calls. So I've worked directly with John Duco and in Connecticut, the president of their new community college system. They're the other one now. That's a statewide system as of July 1st, and their 12 colleges have come together around that. I've also had conversations with 4 other states. I've met with your Board of Regents. President Ellspermann and I had a conversation about a year ago about what that means for us. So it is something that is in the national conversation. It's worked incredibly well for Indiana. It's led to dramatic increases in enrollment and completion rates, especially over the last few years. We've had some just amazing success with that because, again, it's that balancing act of making sure we're meeting the needs at scale. But it gives you a national audience. For example, I serve with President Ellspermann a number of panels, including an action panel for the College Board, the folks that do the SAT, the AP, CLEP exams. We have a voice in that with that group. The Carnegie classification system, the group that decides, what an R1 institution is, what a comprehensive is, of course, doesn't have a really good classification for community colleges. We're involved directly in establishing that. In fact, they're meeting in DC right now to have that conversation, so I have folks there. So, the AACC and other organizations, when they're looking at policy, the White House, the US DOE, US DOL, I made very frequent trips there and to the Hill. You often get asked when you represent that many students. That doesn't mean it's me or a handful of us that are really being represented. It's all of our, in our case, chancellors and leadership. It's the interests of all of our faculty that we're representing. And it's accreditation itself. When you're that large and you have that reach, it gives you an opportunity to have a direct voice in the standards for accreditation. So we've been having lots of conversations with our regional accreditor and USDOE around faculty credentialing, for example, and a direct voice there. So I do think there are some inherent advantages there, but you have to weigh it very carefully. The last thing I'll say for now on this topic would be you will always have both, even if you become singly accredited. We're singly accredited For our regional accreditation, we're singly accredited with NACEP for dual credit. We're the largest there as well. That accreditation visit went very smoothly. That was an initial one that I did last year with my team. And most recently, we had a nursing accreditation, which is the other big one at Ivy Tech that's singly accredited. We had our visit last week. It's still draft until February, but all 32 core criteria fully met for both our PN and ASN programs. So that's worked really well for us. But most of our programs continue to be accredited at the campus or the college campus level. Okay. And so even with single accreditation, it doesn't mean you're doing everything the same. You still have to, again, make sure you're meeting those standards at every location where you're offering the program.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Long answer there, but
no,
very hot
wonderful.
topic,
Thank
one
you.
of great interest. So.
Thank you. Yes,
Yeah.
clearly. That's wonderful information. Okay, let's talk a little bit about flexible scheduling and work from home. Right now, we do not have a clear and consistent policy that is applied across the system. How would you address this coming into the role?
Okay, so I've reviewed policies that KCTCS has, and my first recommendation would be you need that. You need a policy, and for the most part within a system, should be set at a system level. Practice of that policy, I think, can differ at every location based on the needs of faculty, staff, and leadership. Again, always with a mind and always with the mindset of how do we best serve our students and our community partners, of course, with that. So with flexible location, we have a statewide policy. I've worked directly on that at the campus level and now at the systems level. And as a manager on my team, it means different things on different teams, but we have a clear process to evaluate and reevaluate remote work assignments. I have some teams, such as my Ivy Online team that teaches entirely online. They are more remote than other teams, but they are still engaged with campuses. They still visit every campus location on a regular basis to have conversations around how they can support success of online students, because every one of our online students is attached to a campus as well. And so even in those types of positions, that direct engagement is needed. For my team, for example, I talked a little bit about this earlier, my expectation is you don't have to be at systems office every day. In fact, you shouldn't be, but you ideally should be at a campus location. You should be somewhere where you can see what's going on the ground, where you can engage directly with leadership in support of what they're doing. And so that, that flexibility often becomes the kind of grace and flexibility that we want to show our students. So I think in any policy that we develop there, we want to model the kind of behavior that we would want to have as we accommodate the needs of our students in our courses. And so I do think that we need some measure of flexibility. We're never going to go back to the same workplace that we had pre-COVID. I don't miss conference calls, but I will say that it is important to make sure that we are there to engage with our students in the ways that they want to learn. In person is still a primary method of learning, right? But also meeting those students that are virtual or online as well. So, but policy should be, I really believe it is time, if you don't have one, it is time to develop that policy, to have that discussion. And it may mean different things in different roles, of course, because we serve students in different ways. But I do think it's a great topic of conversation. It's one that I will not say that my institution has completely solved this, right? But we've certainly worked very hard to be accommodating, but student-focused and outcome-focused in that work.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone solved that one yet, but we're all trying.
Yeah.
Okay. Senate President Robert Stivers called for a comprehensive review of higher education. We've talked about this previously, Senate Joint Resolution.
SJR 98, yep.
98,
Yep.
yes. Again, that and Huron, we live and breathe it right now.
That's right.
One of the ideas being considered is to leave technical education with KCTCS while moving gen ed subjects to the regional universities. What are your thoughts on this specific proposal?
So I have many, as you would probably expect. I'll come right out and say, first and foremost, I believe in the comprehensive community college model. Now, while the roots of my community college in Indiana are different than those in Kentucky, we came out of much more of a technical area and built the gen eds over time and became a comprehensive community college that way. Kentucky had more of a merger of equals, you could say, in that sense. While that trajectory has been a little bit different, and in Michigan, community college in a comprehensive way has been around for 80 years in some form, and it actually came from the junior college transfer piece probably first before it became more workforce and technical mixed in. So every state's different. I would say that for Kentucky to be successful, I would be a passionate advocate for that comprehensive model. I think there's a lot of external pressure. Regional universities have had dramatic declines in enrollment, so they're feeling that pressure. It's understandable they'd want to respond and try to acquire those opportunities with associate degrees. But we know that our model at community colleges works. That 111% increase since the millennium dawned for KCTCS in enrollment, there's another 120% to come from that in the next decade. But if we lose that model, we also lose the ability to support our students and be their first access point to college. Because for many of our students, and what we've seen in my current role, is we're growing the fastest actually in just access to all aspects of college, whether it's general education or career and technical education. And I don't see those as exclusive, by the way, either. Because as you seek that first role, you're going to need to build those other workplace and employability skills in to be successful longer term. So to deny that access to students, I think is really malpractice, is the term that I would use for that. There's an article in Community College Daily that came out today that my team wrote, Suzanne Summers and Cindy Randolph from our college, and it talks about how we've engaged general education faculty in doing what they've effectively been doing for decades, if not centuries, which is providing students with those foundational workplace and employability skills. I think we need to call that out, and we need to make sure that our legislators and others are aware that that is actually what we're doing. And we need to make sure, of course, that our programs are always focused on what our workforce needs. That's absolutely true. So we won't be able to offer everything to everyone. But those critical skills and experiences that you get in those courses, and this is the liberal arts person in me saying this, right? Those are workforce skills as well. So, I do think it's not an either or, right? It's not. We can't go back to a choice between only being technical or going to another type of institution. Our access, the equitable access that we provide, is too important for our communities and our state for us to do that. And we can lift up both of those areas. And in doing that, that is how we address the needs that our regional public university system needs. They're not our competitors. They can support the work we do. We can support the work they do. We have to do it together. That's the answer, I believe, for Kentucky. Again, lots of information I need to gather, but that's just my general comment on community colleges as a whole.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sticking to the topic of legislation, we know that there have been other states across the South that have pushed anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion legislation in recent years. We expect that this will be a major discussion during the Kentucky General Assembly in 2024. So what are your thoughts on this, and how would you address it in the session?
This is a major topic in my state as well. There are a variety of ways we need to address this. Short term and longer term, I think there's some opportunities for us to build. First of all, I want to be clear. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and ultimately belonging is critical to our success as institutions. If we're going to support the student populations that we serve, we need to reflect those values in how we operate. That is our future of success as community colleges, is providing that access. So I think, short term, I think it's beginning to demonstrate the value. And there's a variety of ways we do this. I'll start with one example, which would be our workforce is asking for this. A few years ago, Eli Lilly, which is one of the largest and oldest and most established employers in my state, pharmaceuticals, you've probably heard of them, they announced that they were going to North Carolina to expand R&D. And they were going to Research Triangle Park in particular. There were some technical needs, but part of the reason was they were concerned about our ability to meet their diverse workforce needs. They have very clear goals to want to be a successful organization, like our organizations are. You need a diversity of perspective in that. You need the ideas and opportunities and innovation that come with that diversity. And you need to also have an organization that cultivates that and creates a sense of belonging for everyone involved, right? So they recognize the value. So I went to Research Triangle Park, met with Scott Rawls, went to Wake Tech Community College that has done an outstanding job in their partnership with that company, and learned what they were doing. And then came back to Indiana, and we had a lot of conversations around how are we lifting up these priorities? How do we meet the needs of the workforce? Because that's who's asking, and that's where ultimately, we're beholden to wanting to meet those workforce needs in our state. I'm proud to say that the work that we've done lately to open up access and success opportunities with diverse populations, including with our K-12 partners, has now led Lilly to announce their now largest R&D development, which is in the state of Indiana, and we're a direct partner of that. We're not the only reason, of course, that we'd like to think we are, but we're not the only reason they chose that. But it's really that workforce and talent pipeline that they're looking for. It's their objectives. And again, going back to the legislative example, if we're not the only ones sitting there and testifying, and we will be, but if we're not the only ones making that case, if employers and others are speaking up and using their voices and articulating why it matters to them, that has a lot more power behind it and a lot more influence politically and otherwise. And it's the right thing to do. I'll also say there are things longer term that we can do by showing and having these conversations and using our leverage as educators to do this effectively. So when I was at the campus level, I had the privilege of, this came before I started, but I had the privilege of inheriting and expanding a program that we called Doing the Dream. And it became, this was at one of our 19 campuses, it became the premier, and still is, the premier DEB event across the state of Indiana. And I'll tell you, everyone attends that event. The leaders of our legislature attend that event. It is a nonpartisan discussion. It is an evening which has now developed into a whole week of activities, including a statewide student diversity summit that we host, where we can have these conversations out in the open. And so we're not having them in the State House. Again, we're having them on the ground. We're having them in our communities. We're showing that value. And that really helps everybody to understand what our goals are and what they aren't. And again, we also measure this. We measure our employees, and we ask our students. And when I say we measure, we do surveys where we ask all of our employees questions that get at their sense of belonging. Do they feel supported in their role? And when they do, we're much more likely, because it follows directly from that our students are as well. So if we're not measuring that, that is something I would definitely want us to be measuring. And being able to disaggregate those data as well as other data to make sure that our messaging is inclusive, to make sure that we're really reaching all of the audiences that we need to reach to be successful. And when we do that work, that's when we see the enrollment, we see the completions, the retention, all lift as a result of that work.
Okay. Well, believe it or not, we have arrived at the final question today. So let's fast forward to the year 2028. Where you are the president of KCTCS and have been here for several years now. What does the system look like with you having been in the role?
Terrific, great. Well, first of all, for 2028, I think we look fantastic. So I haven't aged a day.
Right.
But seriously, I think when we think about the future, the next 5 years in particular, everyone always says the next 5 years are critical, and turns out that's almost always been true, right? Take each 5-year period going back for the last 20 or 30 years. I mean, in every 5-year period, there's been transformation happening across KCTCS, right? I won't list all the events. You can think them back through later and relive them. But, the advantage of community colleges is that we're resilient and we're adaptive to change. The key is making sure, and one of the college presidents pointed this out yesterday, I think incredibly well, that the key is making sure that we're all clear on what the change is and that we're moving together in making that change. So I'm very confident that faculty and staff understand the need for change, but they want to know how they can engage and be part of that change and help our students not get left behind in that change as we go through it, right? So I think in 5 years, I would certainly want to look across the college and know that we've been successful in attracting, first of all, we're a great place to work. And I think you're a great place to work now, or we wouldn't be talking about this, but I think we've taken intentional action to be an even better place to work. And we're recognized across the state and nationally as a place people want to come and build a career, where we have really high employee retention, and you're meeting those metrics that you currently have in your strategic plan for employee retention. So first and foremost, I think that's critical, where people have the resources that they need to do the great work they need to do. But looking at our students, of course, we've continued to build enrollment. And we've built that enrollment across the different categories, from dual credit to apprenticeships to customized workforce training, and the outcomes are there to match. And we have the data to show the successful transfer outcomes. We know our students do incredibly well when they transfer. If you haven't done the research, we've got the research to show those outcomes. We've got the research to show how our students are earning well above state median wage from the moment they graduate and what that translates to longer term, the value the disproportionate benefit that we provide to those students. But then also we're seen as a workforce engine for the Commonwealth. When site selectors are looking at where to locate, or when a small business in a community in Kentucky is trying to decide if they want to add 2 or 3 more positions, the first place they're going to go to get that guidance is KCTCS. They're going to have somebody on the ground to connect with, or if they're coming into the state, they'll have somebody at system office to connect with. Kentucky will be the first choice for those employers, whether they want to grow here organically or they want to come to the state and provide opportunities there. They will know that we have the skilled workforce to meet those needs, and they'll know that we can do it at any scale, whether it's upskilling 1 or 2 employees or they want to bring a gigafactory to Kentucky. I can tell you I've been very privileged to be part of that type of economic transformation in another state, where we've increased that pipeline in the last few years from $20 billion in new projects to over $100 billion in new projects. And I can confidently tell you that in my state, we are the first person that our economic developer, the governor's office, others, we're the first person that they call. They know we are there to represent the interests of community college, but we can also talk about the K-12 system. We can talk about the university system. We're the connector in all of those pieces. So that is the vision I would have within 5 years. And I believe it's incredibly achievable, and we'll be seen as that national leader, again, in that workforce development space, but also in the space of innovation and education, right? Restoring that confidence that the public has in higher education. That's the role we can play, and we are best positioned to do that. So thank you for the question.
Thank you. Sounds like a fun and busy 5 years.
It will be.
Well, that wraps up our questions, but I do want to give you the last word. So if you would please feel free to address our faculty and staff directly who may be watching.
Sure, thank you, Hannah.
Yes.
So, first of all, I want to thank you again for your commitment to the community college mission. Community colleges, I've had the opportunity to work in different states. I've had the opportunity to work in different countries. And I've had the opportunity to work with community college systems and university systems as well. And the community college model, really an American invention, is one of the most important innovations in our history. It is the reason that we've become the industrial engine that we have become in this country, and it is something that we need to treasure. And while I think the last 5 years in particular have posed a lot of hardship, I know they've posed a lot of hardship on everyone that's watching this, I think our best days are ahead. I think that transformation is not only possible, it is likely to happen, but we also have an opportunity to help lead that transformation. And I think one of my commitments would be to make sure that our faculty and staff have a voice in those discussions and decisions, that we're leveraging the expertise and experiences that each of you bring. Whether that's experiences like mine, where you've been a higher education lifer, or whether you're someone that's been out in industry and has come to the community college to build a career with us here. So I think that would be my commitment. I do believe that this is a transformative model for students, for our workforce, for our states. It is something that is just, I believe, getting into its prime. And I think the next 20 years in higher education is increasingly going to be around the flexible options that we know we can provide our students, the modalities of learning, where and when students are learning, the stackability of the credentials that we offer, the value, the disproportionate value that we know we bring to those students in a good way. I think we're the solution. It's why I left the 4-year institutional model and committed to the community college mission. And so, whether I join you on that journey or someone else does, I will be rooting for you regardless, and we're all on that journey together. So thank you for the question. Thank you for your attention, everybody, and thank you for your commitment to the community college mission.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. Just a reminder, look for the next survey to come out. Please have it done by 7 p.m. Eastern this evening. Our board will be meeting tomorrow. We will announce our next president Friday or Monday. And again, thank you for your time and your feedback today. Appreciate it.